Hello. Good evening, everyone. Can you confirm in chat if I'm audible?
Hey Chinmay, your voice is audible.
Yeah. Thank you. Used to.
Okay, I can see participants are still joining. We do have more 7 minutes to begin, so let's allow everyone to join in. Hello everyone, good morning, good evening. Well, to begin with, my name is Chandrasekhar. I'll be your trainer for this session, going forward till its completion. Hi Rohini. Just in order to check if my mic is working and if I'm audible to you all, just confirm if someone is unable to hear me, or you can give a confirmation if I'm loud and clear. Awesome, thank you. So I got a couple of participants saying me that I'm loud and clear, so that's good. Now I'll begin today's session with the topic on Jenkins, because I am given the kind of background wherein you have covered, where you are aware of what Jenkins is all about, how do we install Jenkins on respective servers. You were known to those things. You already got the idea of what CI/CD pipeline is all about. Why do we even need CI/CD pipeline in the first place? How the transition of IT industry happened from any legacy setup to a pipeline setup, and when we just converted from a legacy setup to a pipeline setup, what all we have achieved. Hope you know all these things. So in today's session, we'll talk about all the various kind of jobs which you can create in Jenkins. What are the different options of creating jobs you do have available? We'll try to trigger certain build jobs in Jenkins. We'll also learn about configuring build notification in Jenkins, wherein we'll set up some kind of email notification mechanism. We will look into project builds in various languages, and we'll talk about how to create certain parameterized build jobs, right? So that will be pretty much important for you to understand and know everything. Now let me know if I'm repeating something which is already covered. I will skip that part, but in case if something is new and you feel as if you are not aware of the background, you can let me know even that, because I do not have exact clear picture. I do have a kind of background on what all is covered till now. So in case if you don't understand anything and you think as if something is needed to understand those gaps, you can let me know. Now this is the Jenkins dashboard. In order to create any jobs in the Jenkins dashboard, certainly you have to click on new item. This option will give you a well-defined list or menu of what kind of jobs you can create. Jenkins offers the mechanism by means of which you can create freestyle job, pipeline job, multi-configuration job, external job. So it's good if it covers what is required for you to complete. Okay, sure, Raj, I'll do that. Okay, so let's start from the point where we talk about what different kind of jobs it's needed to. I'll just go to the point which will be mostly needed for you to start working on it, not to cover everything whatever is in Jenkins, because trust me, I do have 13 years of experience now, and I'm working in DevOps profile for last 7 years, but many of the things in Jenkins we do not touch, right? So you don't need to know everything in order to start working on Jenkins, and still you'll be called as the expert of Jenkins. So I'll be covering only those parts which actually you will need to start working on, working in IT industry, which will help you, right? So in order to, and this is quite the essential part, wherein you have to create some jobs there in Jenkins, and in order to create the jobs in Jenkins, you need to have understanding of what different kind of jobs Jenkins brings out. So the jobs are freestyle job, pipeline job. There is something called Maven job also. Will certainly it requires to have some plugin needs to be installed for that. So you'll have freestyle job, you have multi-configuration job, you have multi-branch pipeline job, you have pipeline job, different kind of jobs are there. Normally, freestyle jobs, freestyle projects are UI-based projects. You have a kind of well-defined UI. If you're not much aware of coding, and you cannot write any of the Groovy script, which is quite essential to create a pipeline job, you'll go into freestyle project and you'll start creating jobs there. So freestyle projects requires freestyle projects. The best part of it, it will provide you lots of flexibility. by means of which you can put in a number of things, and that even with a kind of graphical overview. Let's create some freestyle project. Let's try to understand it. So in order to create a freestyle project, the first thing which you will need is you will provide the name of the project. So project underscore one, right? Let's give a name, project underscore one. Click on the freestyle project and hit on the button which you can see at the bottom, which says OK. And as you click on the button OK, it opens a window for you, which is the graphical based window. As you can see, multiple options are there: general, source code management, build trigger, build environment, build, post build actions. Many are there, right? Now, in order to start working on any of the build use cases, you need to just understand how to create a sample job in the first place. Let's create a sample job. We'll keep on adding some enhancement in sample jobs, but to start with, let's understand how to create a sample job in the first place. So now this is Jenkins. Understand one thing here, guys. Jenkins is just a web-based application which is mounted always something called server. So on the server, one web-based application which is with the name Jenkins is mounted, is present. Now, if I open the terminal here, then in this terminal, if I execute the command service Jenkins status, it says that hey, Jenkins is something which can be run only as a root. So I'll become a root here, and I'll execute quite the same command service Jenkins status, and it says that okay, fine, Jenkins automation server is running with the process ID 312. So that means Jenkins is running. Jenkins is somewhere installed, up and running. Well and good. That's fine. So when it's up and running, I got this window which is having the local host port 8081 launching Jenkins application. So whatever we are going to do in this web server, in this web-based application, we'll make some changes there on the background. This terminal, this server, which is with the name Ubuntu 1804, it is going to make some of the other changes on this Ubuntu 1804 server, right? Now, if you come here and if you come to the build section, let's see actually it makes any changes or not, right? So let's jump onto a directory which is TMP, and here we do have certain other directories which is this. Let's try to create some file or some directory in this specific path. What is the path? This is the path, which is /tmp, or if I exit out of here and if I say what is the path, this is the path, and I just cd and I just jump into tmp. Now what is the path? Here this is the path, and in this path I do have these many files, right? I do have these many files in this path. Now let's create some file or some directory in this specific path. Create a file in this path, and let's see actually if Jenkins is making changes in the server or not. Let's do that. In order to do that, let's do one thing. Let's go to the freestyle part, hit on the build option, and from the drop down menu, you just click on execute shell. You see here, the drop down do have one item which is with the name execute shell. Now here in execute shell, you put a command which is echo creating a test file, and you push this content into a file which is with the name test file underscore 342022.txt, which is in /tmp path, right? That's what it is. I want to create a file which is in this specific path, right? And the name of the file is this, the one which I gave, which is test file underscore 342022.txt, and the content of file is going to be this. Now save it And in order to run it, you have to hit on build now button. So build now button will run any job, any project which you are launching. So hit on build now. As you hit on build now, the job ran, and let's see if it actually made any changes in this server or not. Now if I come here, I see that it created a file. You see this, it was not there before, right? But it created a file now which is test file underscore 34 2022.txt, and let's see the content. If the content is same as we defined there or not, and you see creating a test file, it's the same content which I defined there. So basically it's working. Any change which I'm doing there on this web-based tool, which is Jenkins, is actually making changes there on the server where it's installed, right? And this is what Jenkins is known for, guys. Jenkins is a web-based tool which help you to make changes in multiple servers all together by using a pipeline. Now you're running a job, you're not creating this file manually getting into the server, rather you're running the job. How if you got a point to create this same file, there are hundreds of servers. Will you log into each of server and make this file? No, you do not want to do that. Rather Jenkins will provide you a mechanism by means of which you can get connected to hundreds of servers and can create this file. And that is by using CI/CD pipeline, right? And this is what it's doing here by creating something. It's a kind of sample file, demo file which it did for now. Now this is how any project is created in Jenkins. Any job is created in Jenkins, right? Now this job can have multiple features, but I just want to give a pause in case if you do have any doubt till here, you can ask me. Parallelly, if you can go and create any file like the way I did into the terminal, I give you 5 minutes of time to do that. If you can do that, that will be great. So I'll just turn on a timer and I'll give you 5 minutes to perform exactly same thing which I did. Timer. Timer for 5 minutes. Okay, go ahead guys. If you do have any doubt, ask me. And if you don't have any doubt, create a file, perform same demo like the way I did just now. You should have a file which is with the name test file like the way I've created. It should present there in a directory which is with the name tmp, and you must be creating everything by using a job which you run in the Jenkins dashboard, Jenkins window. Yeah, sure. So this is the place where I created the job. So here in the job, you click on build, and this is the place. Okay, you do have more 3 minutes. Please let me know how you're progressing. I appreciate everyone's participation here. Okay. More 2 minutes left out. More 1 minute left out. Okay, it seems it's the time. Hope everyone have done this. Okay, so job is ready with us. Our job is ready. The job has created a respective file there in the temp directory, and everything is fine. Everything is going pretty much smooth. So that is the way you will create your job. Now, guys, okay, let me just um, Abhinay Jain. Okay, so when you log into Jenkins, I do not have password. How to find it? Abhinay, to log into Jenkins, you don't need a. You just need your default credential will be admin. Just choose admin, and it should work for you. So admin is your username, admin is your password. Okay, so now whenever you are creating some jobs, in that context, like the way I've done, it has created a kind of freestyle project for me. I can create multiple jobs of this sort, but guys, do you want to provide everyone quite the similar privileges to create the job? Like what is happening with me is I do have the privileges to create the job. I do have privileges to delete the job. Say I can come here, I can just delete the pipeline, right? I can do anything which I wish to. So there must be certain privileges which I want not everyone not to have, right? Everyone should not be able to do that. Everyone should be able to only maybe read the job, maybe only could be able to work with certain configurations of the job. That is called authentication and authorization mechanism, which I'll come at some point of time. I'm not sure if it's been covered in past for you guys, the authentication and authorization mechanism or not. But in case if it's not, even though if it's covered, I'll just give a glimpse of how we can restrict certain users to be certain user not to create or delete any job. So basically, the one which we have created just now, which was the project underscore one, was a great example of the freestyle project which we create. Now, what you can see here, the freestyle build job can be used for any type of any type of project, which you can see any type of project you can use. It's a Java-based project, it's a .NET-based project, Python-based project. You can use freestyle project for freestyle job for any kind of project. And as you can see here, you do have all the things in graphical interface. You no need to take that pain to start writing script. So it's relatively easy to set up, right? You can just go choose the option and do whatever you wish to do, right? So now here, as you can see, the under the general tab, the first section, when you hit on create a freestyle, the first section holds some general information of the project, like what is the type of the project, which is like what is the description of the project, or if you want to discard any old builds, if you want to say build any job, if it is a GitHub project, if it is a throttle build, disable this project. So many options are there. All the options are not important, right? I'll just tell you what are the important options which we do use normally. Some of the options which we use normally is discard old build option. This option is pretty much important. Now, what happens basically in discard old build option? In discard old build option, consider that if you are running with a pipeline job or with any job, and for some reason, if you set up a mechanism by means of which you run the job every now and then, and it creates say hundreds of jobs per minute, and you do not want to have all those 100 jobs per minute in your server, otherwise your servers will fill up with those 100 jobs only. And in order to do that, all of those steps, what you have to do is you have to just set up a mechanism by means of which you can discard all your old builds. Wherein, say in case if you want to just keep all your all the 4 builds and you want to just remove all the older builds, this discard old builds will give you option to do that. And here you are getting 2 wonderful options. How many days you want to keep the build, or how many maximum number of builds you want to keep. For example, let's come to the project 1. Let's run it. Say 4 to 5 times I run it. Now you see what happens. So I'll build one more time, build a couple of times. So see, it has created 9 builds. Yep, 9 builds it has created. Now what I'll do is I'll go to configure option, and under the configure option, what I can do is I'll show you the importance of discard old builds. And this kind of situation comes a lot in real time. In discard old builds, you have the strategy as either log rotation you can keep, or by installation of certain plugins you can have some more like frequency, or checking for any specific build. Many options can come up. So under the log rotation, how many days you want to keep builds? Many times it happens that client says, hey, I want to have the retention period of 10 days, 12 days, 14 days. You have to keep the logs. You have to maintain the logs for 10 days, 12 days, 14 days. Doesn't matter how many job or log it generates, right? Or the second option, which is maximum number of builds you want to keep. I'll say I want to just keep 4 builds. That's it. Not more than 4 builds. And which 4 build? Top most 4 build. All the bottom ones will be deleted automatically, right? So this option will remove all the logs automatically from Jenkins database, freeing up space in my server. Now if I put it like this and I hit on save button, now you see what it does. And now I'll come here, refresh it, scroll down. What I see, 1 to 9 is there. Now I'll make the changes. I'll build now. 10. Now you scroll down. Some time. You see, now it is having only top 4 builds with it. All from 1 to 7 is gone, is removed. And this is the beauty of discarding old builds. You don't need to take any pain of checking in, okay, which one to keep, which one not to keep. Just go ahead and choose the option, and that option will take care of your all the trouble. So basically, by using discard old builds, you can limit the number of builds which is stored there in the build history, right? You no need to just go ahead and delete everything manually. So basically by means of this, Jenkins will retain only the recent builds, and that even specific number of recent builds. Like the way you can see, it is retaining only 4 recent builds. Yeah, and also if you want to keep any specific build forever, you get that option also. So many a times I've seen that you get the option to keep certain build forever, right? So you can go to any specific build, and there you should, you see, keep this build forever. Now if I click on this, you see what happens. So if in case I said you that Jenkins will provide you the mechanism by means of which, in case if you want to keep any build forever, you will get that. And this is the option which you have to click on. Get into the build, look for the option which says keep build for keep forever, sorry, keep build forever button. So you click on that keep build forever button, and that build is never going to get deleted. Now let's see if it actually works or not. So I will create like 10 more builds, and I'll refresh it. You see how many it is? How many it is? 22, 21. Ideally 10 should be deleted, right? Ideally 10 should be deleted, because that is what I said. But see, 10 remains there. Even the 11 is removed, 12 is removed, but 10 remains there. Why? Because I have chosen the option, I've clicked on the option that keep this build forever. This happens at times when you deployed some very important component with any specific build and you want to keep that build for longer period of time. Yes, this can be done. This can be done by choosing this specific option which says keep build forever. This is one of the very important thing under the project section, under the general tab. Now let's get into project 1 again. Now many a times guys, many a times what you'd wish to do is you'd wish to disable this project, right? You would wish to disable this project, wherein you don't want to run this project anymore, you don't want to use this project anymore, and you just want to disable this project so that it should not be used for longer period of time anymore. Nobody is using this anymore. And in that context, you will disable this project. So when you say disable this project, when you click on disable this project is currently disabled, right? And this project will not be in any use anymore. So basically, when you disable the project, the build of the project is not there anymore. Can you see build now anymore? Right? You cannot see build now anymore. Out of these options, see, initially there was build now option, but that does not exist anymore because you have disabled the project. The build now option is gone, and that build now will not be available unless you enable it. Now if I'm enabling it, you see the build now appears again, and if I disable it, the build now is gone, right? So you cannot build any project if it's disabled. Now this basically, why do we even need this? We need this to temporarily suspend any project. And why do we even suspend any project temporarily? We suspend because of many reasons, normally for maintenance, or when we do not want to send notifications for build failures, we choose this specific options, wherein we go ahead, we disable it, right? Non-receipt of any payment, yeah, we disable it for multiple reasons. But remember, by using disable option, you can temporarily suspend any specific project, right? So that is quite the important thing which you need to understand well, wherein you will have the option to perform multiple things within the project. Right? So this give you different options to work on, different options to choose from in your specific project which you are working on. Yes. So this is how it goes. Now there could be multiple options which can be present with respect to your project, wherein you can go block the build, do n number of things, do whatever you wish to. Right. Now I'll give you 5 more minutes to do the demo which I've completed just now under the general tab. Go ahead Please do it and check if it's working for you. Go ahead, please. In between, if anyone has any question, they can come up with their questions. How can we do discard builds in multi-branch pipeline job? Let me just reach out to multi-branch pipeline job, Sylvia. I'll explain that. Everyone, please do it. You do have 5 minutes. Okay, I see some comment from one of the candidates, Shukla. I'm not able to understand what's going on. I'm not sure if I'll be able to help you here, Shukla. How about others? Others, are you able to catch up? Are you able to understand what's going on? Okay, so Shukla, you'll have to do some homework, revise, go through all the sessions. Uh, just think before you write something, Shukla. When you say session are very fast, I believe others are following it. So please think before you're writing anything. Okay, guys, let me just know in case if you are able to complete the demo which you are working on. More 26 seconds left. I hope everybody have completed what we did. Okay, already. Okay, so here we are. Now, let's come to the next part, which is source code management. Under source code management, we do have different options. Actually, it appears as of now only Git, but you can have multiple other options like if you're using SVN Subversion as your source code management repository, you can use SVN as well. If you're using CVS or if you're using say anything else as your uh, version control system or source code management, you can use that as well. And this is identical across all the type of build jobs. Doesn't matter if you're creating pipeline jobs or if you're creating multi-configuration, multi-branch configuration job, or if you're creating any kind of job. This page, this option remains quite same. It doesn't change much, right? And it's not only with Git or SVN or CVS or not Bitbucket. It can integrate with different kind of version control system or source code management tool which is available in market. Now in market we do have a number of other version control systems like we do have uh, Big Bazaar, we do have Mercurial, we do have Perforce, many are there. And Jenkins do have the feasibility to integrate with multiple other kind of version control system as well. But since for now we are going to use only Git, so we will be working on Git only. Now, what happens? I'll give you some idea on what happens when it works with Subversion or CVS or Git. But we'll be mainly focusing on our work in Git. But I'll give you some idea. Though we don't have Subversion installed, but let me give you some idea on how it works with Subversion. So, guys, let's introduce with you something. In Jenkins, if you want to work on any specific tool, what you have to do is you have to click on dashboard, manage Jenkins, and when you scroll down, you will look for an option which is called manage plugins. Click on manage plugins. Now when you click on manage plugins, you have four different tabs: updates, available, install, advanced. Now these, what do you basically mean by a plugin and what is a plugin manager? Plugin is some external software which you want to use in order to run your application efficiently. For example, if you want to play a movie, you want to have a media player. If you want to run any .NET related application, you need to have .NET Present. If you want to run any Oracle related applications, you need to have Oracle Agent installed in your machine. If you want to run any CI/CD pipeline, you need to have Jenkins installed. These all are plugins for your machine, for your laptop. Similarly, if you want to run any application by using Jenkins, Jenkins need to have some software integrated with it. Like, in order to appropriately work on any of the Git related repositories, you need to have Git installed in your terminal. Now, I already said you, Jenkins works only when certain configurations are installed on the Jenkins terminal. Like this is a Jenkins terminal. It's working with Git only because it has Git installed here. So if you click on your terminal and if you just type here git dash dash version, it tells you, hey, I do have Git version 2.31.0 installed. And that is the reason you are seeing Git as an option in Jenkins. If it is having SVN installed, you will see SVN as an option. As of now, SVN is not installed. But let me give you some idea on what SVN will do. Right now, SVN is like a Git, but it is having centralized version control system. Unlike Git, it is centralized version control system. Unlike GitHub, SVN is centralized version control system, wherein one needs to be always connected to SVN in order to efficiently work on it. Though I don't have SVN installed, but I can show you it in Paints how it basically works. So if you have SVN, consider that this is your SVN repository. SVN repository. Now, certainly if it's a repository, different developers will perform certain tasks on it. And this guy is say dev1, this guy is say dev2. Now in order to work with SVN, they need to be always connected, right? They need to be always connected to SVN. So they need to be always connected to SVN. Always they need to be connected with SVN. They cannot stay disconnected with SVN. So dev1 it will be connected, dev2 it will be connected to SVN repository. This specific repository which is SVN. They have to always stay connected. So what you are seeing here, there is something called network. Network connectivity always needs to be there. What else? Since there is only one SVN repository, two users, there could be deadlock situation. If dev1 wants to make some changes at some part of the code in SVN repository, parallelly if dev2 wants to make similar changes at the same point in SVN repository, there will be a deadlock. It will be queued up. Once dev1 relieves that part of the code, dev2 can enter and make any changes. So it's a kind of deadlock situation. So this will be, your request will be queued, right? Certain problems with SVN, but still SVN works efficiently. It's a kind of central repository which rule IT industry for many years. Now, in order to work with SVN, what you need to do is you just need to provide the SVN repository URL, and in this basically three different subversion protocol functions. One is HTTP based protocol. It is based on URL. All the repositories are known by its URL. So URL based repo setup is there. That is one of the thing. Next thing is it works on three different protocols: HTTP, SVN, and file based protocols, right? And what happens, Jenkins certainly will have to have connectivity with the SVN, and they need to be in the same firewall setup so that they can check for the content in the repository. They can get into the subdirectory which you have created within that repository, and will work on the basis of SVN URL which you have provided. So SVN, again I'll repeat, it is a kind of centralized repository. It is a centralized repository, and here developer needs to be always connected. Developer needs to be connected over the network each and every time. Request gets queued up and there are multiple developers requesting for any information. All the repository is has URL based setup, and this is following three different kind of protocols, which is HTTP, SVN, and file. Now, other than SVN, we do have other kind of repository, which is GitHub repository, right? Which is Git or GitHub repository. So we do have Git or GitHub repository. This is, or let's for now say VCS, which is version control system. Now this is something which is decentralized, centralized version control system or source code management tool. Version control system or SCM. So VCS stands for version control system, SCM stands for source code management. VCS stands for version control system and SCM stands for source code management, right? Now this is the kind of decentralized version control system. What happens in case of decentralized version control system? This is our repository. Here we do have different developers, and this developer will be working together, but they are not accessing a repository on their own directly. Rather, in between their repository, they will have something to which they call as local repository. Each of the developer will be maintaining code at their local repository, right? Will be maintaining code at their local repository as well as centralized repository. Now you see the connection will be there. The connection will be there in between all the central repository, all the local repository with central repository, and each of the developer will be connected to their local repository only. So now there are two kinds of repository. One is central repo, another is local repo, and this is also local repo. This is also local repo, and this is a developer 1, this is developer 2, this is developer 3. So all these three developers are connected to central repo via their local repositories. Now for some reason, right, for some reason if this one goes down, still this one is active, still this one is active, and the best part is the dev2 and dev3 in this situation maintains full copy of code there in their own local repository. So if for some reason dev1 loses affinity connectivity to central repository, dev1 can ask for a help from dev2. Dev2 will in turn provide all the code to dev1. Now what is happening here? Dev1 and dev2 can work parallelly on the same part of the code because they are maintaining full code in their local repository. Along with that, since local repository is local to dev1 only, local repository is local repository to dev2 only. They are two different. So this is 1, this is say 2, this is say 3. So these are local to each of the developers, right? So they no need to stay connected to network all the time. They no need to stay connected to central repository all the time. They can just stay connected to their local repository and can work efficiently. That is what the beauty of decentralized version control system is, which you are getting from Git as version control system. So now what Git is? Git is a popular version control system and it is fully supported by Jenkins. Jenkins supports Git a lot. Now what it does, in order for Git, in order to work with Git and to integrate Git with Jenkins, what you need to have Git available and installed with Jenkins. So in order to install, what you can do is you can just come here, it will already be installed. I'll just show you. You see, Git is already installed and connected with your Jenkins, and that is the reason you are able to see Git as an option there. So Git is a plugin by means of which Jenkins will associate itself to Git. So it is available there in the plugin manager, like the way you can see now. In the plugin manager, you can see Git plugin, and it is installed as well. Now after the plugin is installed, you can see Git as an option which appears there on your project page. Yes, on your project page. Now say tomorrow if you want to reinstall and check for any other version control system, that is also possible. You come here in the plugin manager and you look for respective repository or respective version control system, and you can easily do the job for yourself, right? Now let's do one thing. Now since you know about something about version control system, I explained you about SVN, I explained you about what Git is. Let's create a Git repository in the first place. So what I'll do, in order to create a Git repository, I'll log into a website called github.com. So in the github.com, the first place will be you have to sign up and you have to create your account in github.com. When you hit on sign up, it will ask you all the various questions. Enter your email ID and let's put some email ID, abc@def.com, or not sure if it's taken. Let me put my email ID. Let me put my email ID here. Okay, email ID is invalid and already taken. Let me just refresh this. Or somebody has taken abc@def also. Okay, now let's put my email ID, which is DevOps eng129@gmail.com. This is my email ID which I'm putting as of now. So now hit on continue. I think this is also this. Okay, let's take it. Cool. So now create a password. So give a password. Give a kind of complex password, otherwise it will throw some kind of error. Um, okay. Continue. Enter a username and whatever it asks, you put that. I'm not going to create it because I already do have one with the same email ID. So now, once you do this, you will be able to sign up. And once you are able to sign up, next thing will be to sign in. In order to click on sign in, just click on sign in. And here it asks for username. So I'll provide my username here. And after that, it asks for a password. And I'll provide my password also. Once I use my username and password, it allows me to enter, right? It allows me to enter now. And the next thing which comes is to create a Git repository. Now let's create a Git repository, right? Let's create a Git repository. Now here in the Git repository, you just click on your repositories to view all the repositories which is created till now. I want to create a new repository. In order to create a new repository, you can see the plus and a drop down beside the plus. When you click on that, you get the option new repository. Click on new repository, and now it's asking, this is the owner, which is DevOps eng129, my email ID. It is asking for a repository name. So let's give a repository name which is P4 2022. Okay, and it's asking whether the repository you want to create a public or a private. So public you can create n number of repositories, but private you can create only one per account. Otherwise it will be chargeable. So as of now I'm creating a public one only. Add a readme file or do not add a readme file, that's fine. And create a repository, right? I want to create a repository. Now you see it has created one repository for me. Now creating a repository only is not going to help, right? Only creating a repository is not going to help, guys. I'll have to create a project also, right? I'll create a project here wherein by using the project we will be able to perform certain level of task. But I'll just give a pause here. I don't want to do lots of demo and to confuse you all. I'll just give a pause here, and I'll give 5 minutes time for everyone to do quite the same demo which I have done till now. Please create a repository of your own like the way I have created till now and reach up to here. In between, if anyone has any doubt, please ask me. Okay, we are approaching. Is everyone done? You have 3 more classes and we are still missing. Alright. Let it go. Oh yes. Okay. Automated testing. What is that part? See, I'm not sure if you're aware of the curriculum here, Joe, but I don't think automated testing is something which is included in your curriculum for CI/CD pipeline even. Okay, so is everyone done till here? Can I get confirmation from some more participants, please? Curriculum. Just get some clarification on this, Joe, because I doubt it is. In CI/CD pipeline, we don't perform automated testing. We just create pipelines and we look more onto the Jenkins. Speak with Simply Learn once, please. How about others? Okay, so Joe, maybe you can talk to Simply Learn. Let me allow to proceed. That would be great. We still do not have assisted lab practices uploaded to our MS. Assisted lab practices. Oh, that's bad. Again, I do have less control on these things. Along with speak with Simply Learn. They'll help you. Okay, so once the repository is created, and suppose that the left out part will be to go on to start working on the Git creation. And let's see how it goes. So now you do have a repository. The next thing will be to start working on creating some kind of application on your GitHub, by means of which will trigger some pipeline there on Jenkins. Also, can we have the code notes for this class posted to the Google Drive for this class? Code or notes for this class? Okay. I'm not sure if I'll be able to help you that, but yeah, I'll just jot down your this point. Okay, this makes more sense to me because students should have certain notes with them. I'm not sure if Simply Learn is providing any notes or not, but you should get some notes to work on it, right? Because that will be a kind of help for you all. So let me just check on it. I'll personally will check on this. Okay. Okay. So now this is something where the Git can be configured, and now let's do some kind of SSH setup. So the first thing which you need to understand is you should have a SSH setup done in between your Git repository and your Jenkins. So now let's do Git. In order to do that sort of setup, you have to generate some kind of key, and that key you need to generate on your local machine, and you need to take that key to Jenkins. In order to do that, there will be SSH keygen So you execute the command SSH keygen to generate one public key. Now as you do that, it generates a public key as you can see here, which is present there on home rsa.pub. And when you see this, it says that hey, I do have public key available with me. Now you copy this public key and you go to your Jenkins and say to Jenkins that hey, I have generated one key for myself, right? I've generated one key for myself and I want to set up a connection with you. In order to set up a connection, under the settings, you go to SSH and GPG keys, and here you delete this and create a new key which is with the name test -SSH, and here you paste it and you add the SSH key. Now once you add it, the connection is set. There is a connection established in between your local git to your remote git. Now what next? You create a directory which is with the name git demo or a kind of sample Java. So let's create a directory which is with the name simple Java project. So I'll show you how to create a Java based project wherein Java must be installed in your machine in the first place. So Java -version will tell me, hey, okay, fine, if I do have Java installed on my machine or not, and I see it's installed on my machine, right? I see if Java is installed in my machine. So once Java is installed, you just need to set up quite the same Java in your remote repository as well, wherein you can configure the Java there and you can perform certain activities on the Jenkins directly. That will be another important thing. You should have Java appropriately configured on your configured with your Jenkins also. Though as of now we are going to use the we are going to allow Jenkins to configure that by its own by choosing a certain option there in Jenkins. I'll show you that part. But let's in the first place create some Java based application and run some Java based code here. Okay, now let's do one thing. We do have Java installed, and what version of Java is there? Let's see what version of Java is there. So in order to do that, let's get into user lib JVM, and once you enter into this place, you will see, okay, fine, I do have Java version 8, Java version 11 present, right? So I can choose this. I can choose this option and I can give it a name. Give it a name for my Java setup with Jenkins. So what I will do, I reach to a place which is user lib JVM. I want to just have the Java setup on my Jenkins because I'm running a Java application. I need to have Java setup done on my Jenkins as well. So I got the Java path which is exactly at this specific location, user lib JVM. Now what I'll go is I'll go to Jenkins. I have done the SSH setup. I'll go to Jenkins. In Jenkins, I'll click on Manage Jenkins. Under Manage Jenkins, I'll go to Global Tool Configuration. I'll go to Global Tool Configuration. And you click on JDK. Now here, see already it's configured for me, which is JDK 11, and I'm not sure if it's the same path I've given. Just user lib JVM, and I'll replace this with the one which I copied just now. Okay, I believe it's same. So I'll save it. So user live JVM. Let me just double check if it's the same. User live JVM, Java user live JVM, and this, and it looks it's perfect. And I'm going to save it. So I have done some Java configurations on my Jenkins, wherein Jenkins knows, hey, fine, yeah, I do have something with you. So now I'll go to cd/tmp, and there I had created a directory which is with the name cd/tmp, and within I had created with the name simple Java project, right? I had created this. The first thing will be to git initialize. So I'm just initializing git so that I can create some repository of my own. Oh, initialize repository. Okay, it's fine. So I've just initialized a git repository by executing the command git init. Now what next? I have to start writing some Java based code. So let's write some Java based code. I'll open a VI editor which is with the name simple.java, and here I'll write some sample Java code. I mean, you don't need to learn this sample Java code. I'm just writing because I want to create one pipeline for myself. So Java class simple, and that will be public static, because I don't have a sample Java code. That's why I'm writing it. You don't need to learn this Java altogether in order to start working on this, right? So I'll just write one void main, and here you will put in some string, and you'll put some arguments. It's a very basic Java code which I'm putting on, and therein I'll write something which is system.out.print, and here I'll say hello world, right? I'll say hello world, and on this, with this I'll start closing all the parentheses. Done, right? I just wrote a sample code for Java, and here I'll first compile it. So Java C, and I'll say simple.java. Okay, so I have compiled it. See, after compilation, it changed it to simple.class, and now I'll run it. So Java simple, and it says hello world. Fine. So my code is running fine. It says that my code is running fine. Now I have to do quite the same thing by using Jenkins as well, and see if Jenkins is able to do quite the same thing or not. So in order to do that, I have to just push it to my remote repository. Where is the remote repository? This is the remote repository, right? This is the remote repository which I have created. Now here is my repository, and this is my repository which I created just today. Now here I'll do some kind of setup to begin with, and in order to do the setup, I'll execute the command git remote add origin, or I can just copy all the commands from here. I'm not going to write anything. Let's copy it. See, the command says this. Just copy it from here. Okay, and paste it. I'll check which branch it is working on. This is the one. Now I'll execute few commands which says by means of which I'll be able to push all my code there onto the remote repository. I'll say Java simple code, and I'll provide you all these commands so that you can do quite the same thing. Now I do have my code present in my local place, which is simple.java, and that's what I want, right? That's what I want. Now, the next thing which I want to do is, actually I did not want to push in class file there, but since it came, I would like to remove this. I just chosen class for testing, but I don't want to be part of my repository. Okay, so simple.java is the only one which I want to have. Now what else? What next? I have done this. Now I want to push everything to my remote repository. So I'll check which branch it is. It is the master branch, and I'll say git push origin master. And as you hit it, so it's pushing, it's coming. Now if you come here and if you refresh this page, you'll see the sample code must have come to the remote repository. Okay, you can see the code came to my repository, simple.java, exactly same code. It came to my remote repository. Now what I want to do, I want to run this Java code exactly the way I ran in my local by using Jenkins. In order to do that, I will click on the code, drop down of the code, and here this is the HTTPS path. I'll just copy this path and I'll go to Jenkins. And I'll create new item, and here I'll say project underscore Java and click on freestyle project. Hit on OK button, and as you hit on OK button, you come to source code management, and here you click on git, and at the section of the repository URL you provide the complete path. And now you see this is resolved, the path is recognized. Now next what you do is you click on build option. When you click on build option, from the drop down you just choose execute shell, and here you put both the commands which I was using, which is Java C, which will compile. So Java C simple.java and Java simple. You put both the commands here, right? You put both the commands here and save, and then you build it, right? And then you build it, and let's see what it is doing, what it has done. If you go to the console output, see what it has done. It went to the repository. It brought in all the code which is from the repository, right? It brought in all the code from the repository. It has done all the necessary jobs, and it has printed the output, which is hello world, right? It has printed the output, which is hello world, and this is how you build the application. Now what it is doing is Jenkins started talking with your GitHub repository. Jenkins is going to GitHub repository, looking for the necessary application or project there, coming back to Jenkins, looking for the respective software which is needed to run the code, which is Java. It found that, hey, I do have Java version 11 already configured in my global tool configuration, and it triggers it, right? It triggers the job, and when it triggers the job, it first performed the compilation, and then it ran the code and printed the output as hello world, right? Printed output as hello world. Now I'll give you the code. Try to do quite the same thing. Okay, try to do quite the same thing by using this code and check if it works. Okay, so why it's not copying? Okay, it's coming here. Okay, use this code, perform quite the same step. And this is a long demo, so I'll give you 10 minutes to do this. Please do it. In between, if you do have any question, please ask me. How is it going? Can somebody provide any update? Is it going good? Are you able to do it? Okay. Is SSH keys and approach most secure way of authentication for Git? Yes, it is. Where are we, guys? Are you able to do it? Awesome, Ramya. Very good. How about others? Anyone stuck anywhere? So was this freestyle job covered for you, or how was it before? Am I repeating it? Was these all things covered before? Okay, I got a yes. I got a no. Okay, I got two no's. Okay, I got three no's. I got four no's. Okay, that means it was not covered. Okay. More 3 minutes left, guys. More 2 minutes left. If you all are done, you can give me a confirmation. I can stop the timer here and move with another topic. Okay, I'm not getting any confirmation. So next, guys, I'm going to start with polling SCM, and I'll talk about how to trigger remote job remotely, or how to trigger all the jobs by using some scheduled build job concept, by which is like I'll be basically talking about all the job triggers, like which is also called build triggers. So just give me confirmation in case if that is covered. So build trigger, is that topic covered? And I just want to understand what all I should not talk about. Okay, then I'll talk about build triggers. So basically, you have created a job, that's fine. But as of now, what you're trying to do is you are running all the jobs manually, right? You are going there and you are triggering on each of the job manually. Say you are going to project Java and you are hitting on build now, right? You see hitting on build now and then it's creating some more things for you. You hit on build now, again run, you hit on build now. How to do you add build numbers? That is automatically added. I did not add it. So you see, as I click on build now, it adds a build number on its own. So as of now, it's 3. If I see, it is added on its own. I did not add it here. So now what is happening is it's creating the job and it keeps on adding different build numbers. Now what is happening is basically the bottom line is you're triggering all these builds manually, right? But do you want to trigger these builds manually? If you want to trigger this build manually, then are we talking about automation? No, we are not talking about automation. In order to achieve automation, there should be something which should help you to trigger these builds automatically. So here, some of the things are there which talks about um, building your project. Now what you can see, build after other projects are built, build periodically, GitHub hook, poll SCM, build after other projects are built. I'll park it for now. I'll come to this part when I'm talking about the sequencing of job, wherein I'll create a pipeline. I'll come to that. I'll come to this build after other projects are built at that point of time, wherein one project will be dependent on other. I'll talk about build periodically, GitHub hook trigger, and poll SCM for now. So what are these 3 different things? Which is poll SCM and which is build periodically. So basically let's start with build periodically, what it tells. Build periodically says that, hey, in case if you want to run a job, you can run on a kind of periodical manner. In this, one of the website which is Cron Tab Guru helps a lot to understand this. You know, Cron Tab Guru is a very good website. This tells about, okay, fine, if you want to schedule any job, when to schedule it, when you want to start a build. You want to start a build at certain specific interval, on some day, at some time, on some month, on some day of the week. What exactly you want to do with the job, right? That is called scheduled job. This is not quite the way continuous integration happens. Remember this. I'll repeat this. When you're scheduling a job, when you're scheduling a build job, it is getting built by using some trigger, by means of which your job will be triggered at some regular interval, right? Some regular interval. I'll tell you a kind of practical implementation of this. What happens normally in our production environment, we do not trigger any build in peak hours. We think of triggering our build only in non-prime time, which is say after 5 p.m. So we just set a trigger that, hey, run every day at 5 p.m. In order to do that, what I'll have to do is, see, I'll put this as star and I'll say 5, or I'll say as okay. Now you see what it says, run at 5 o'clock every day of month, every month of the year, every day of the week. Now you see all the schedules. Schedule is on 1, it runs at 5 p.m. Or if it's like 5 p.m., then it is this. So run on 30th at 5 p.m., on 1st at 5 p.m. 2, 5 p.m. 3, 5 p.m. 4, 5 p.m. It is going to run for entire year, like every day. Absolutely, Ramya, like every day. Backup will be taken. So it's going to run, it's going to trigger every day. So this is called scheduled backup, scheduled build jobs, wherein you go set a time that hey, run at this specific time, and it's going to run at this specific time every day. Again, this is not a continuous integration, and it can be done by using a Unix cron job format. Now, in order to do this, in order to perform this, what you will do is you will choose build periodically, and that is where you can just set some logic. As of now, I'm setting the logic that hey, run every minute because I cannot wait till 5 p.m. I'll say that hey, run every minute, and in order to do that, I'll say okay, run at every minute. What it says, at every minute it's going to run, and that's what I'll do. I'll just take this, bring it here, and I'll paste it. Okay, it's going to run at every minute. Now you see what happens. I just saved it. Now it's the fourth run. I'll just wait for a minute and let's see if it is going to run after a minute automatically or not. Right? So what it is going to do, within a minute, it will run automatically. It will keep triggering. It will keep running the job. Yes, and here I can just avoid manual intervention. I no need to stay available all the time. It will be done by using the logic which I'm setting there, by means of which it's going to trigger automatically after time interval of 1. See, it triggered automatically at 3:5. Now let's see if it triggers automatically at 3:6 or not. Exactly after 1 minute, it should trigger. Right? So this happens by means of certain cron job format which I'm putting in here. The different values which we are defining here in cron jobs do have the different significance. Like first star says minute, and the minute will range from 0 to 59. Second star talks about hour, which is the hour of the day, which runs from 0 to 23. Remember, hour which ranges from 0 to 23. Next is day of month which ranges from 1 to 31. Next is month of the year, which ranges from 1 to 12. Next is day of the week, which ranges from 0 to 7, where 0 is Monday and 7 is Sunday, right? So this is the way it varies, and you see the job will be piling up. I'll just refresh it, and if you refresh it, see after interval of 1 minute, next job got triggered, which is at 3:06 p.m. right? Which is at 3:06 p.m. Now this is the way you see. This is the way something is happening. This is the way the job is getting triggered, right? This is the way the job is getting triggered automatically, right? Automatically the job is getting triggered in this case. But this has a drawback, right? This is a drawback. The major drawback of this process, this mechanism is, now you see it's triggering at interval of every minute. The major drawback of this process is, doesn't matter whether there is any change in central repository or not. Doesn't matter whether somebody made any commit there on the code base or not. Doesn't matter whether the code is altered or not, the job will run. Doesn't matter if the code is actually performing any task or not, the job will run, right? Which doesn't make much of the sense. Unless I'm making any change, why do you want even to run the job? You do not want to run the job unless you made any changes in the code base. You will run the job only and only when you made some changes in the code base, right? And that should be the approach. That should be the way. But in this case, it's triggering simply without any changes. Even though you did not make any changes in the code, it's simply triggering. It's simply running for no reason, for no use. What the drawback it is bringing in is, what the flaw it's bringing is, it is unnecessarily filling your memory. It's unnecessary filling your server space. Yes, that is what it's doing. It's unnecessary filling your server memory. It's unnecessary filling your server space, which is of no use, right? Which is unnecessarily piling up entire code base, entire data in the code base, which is of no use, right? So there should be a mechanism which should tell you, hey, run only and only when some changes are done in the code. So what you want instead to be done is, you have GitHub server, you have Jenkins server. Consider that is, this is GitHub server, this is Jenkins server. Now you want Jenkins to send a signal. You want Jenkins to send a signal. You want Jenkins to send a signal. You want Jenkins to send a signal and check for any new commit. If there is a new commit, then run a job. If there is a new commit, check for a new commit. If there is a new commit, run a job trigger, right? So Jenkins sends a signal. Jenkins sends a signal. Some signal goes. It looks for a new commit. If a new commit is found, GitHub says that, hey, trigger a job. Simple, trigger a job. And that is what you want to happen. That is what you want to trigger instead of simply running the job every now and then for no use. And this can be achieved by using poll SCM, by using another type of trigger, which is poll SCM. Now you go back here, and under the build triggers, you find something which is called poll SCM, right? Which is called poll SCM. Now here, what you want to do? You say that, hey, go and check for any update. Remember, go and check for any update on GitHub server. Go and check for any update on GitHub server. If you find a new commit, come back, trigger the job. If you do not find a new commit, do not trigger a job, right? Go and check. Doesn't matter if the interval is 1 minute, 1 hour, 2 minutes, 2 hours, doesn't matter. Go and check. If you find a commit, come and trigger the job. If you do not find a commit, do not trigger the job. And let's see what it is going to do. So let's do one thing. Let's make some changes here. So let's put a schedule, same 5-star, but this time it's going to poll SCM, right? So it will not run, right? So it will not run. I mean, you can test it, you can sit comfortably and test it, but this will not run at 12th minute. As of now, at 3:11, it ran, and the current time is right. The current time is 3:11:51. Ideally, in 9 seconds, it should trigger 57, 58, 59, 15, 12. Ideally, it should trigger now. But let's see, is it triggering? Is it triggering? No, it did not trigger. At 3:12, you cannot see any instance wherein at the difference of each 1 minute you were seeing previous run. But now it's not running because you changed the trigger this time. You say that, hey, go and make changes. Go and see if there is any changes in the Git. Now, how will my Jenkins understand that there is a change or not? If there is any update or not? In order to understand that, let's enter into 11 console output. Within the console output, what do you see here? It has done some sort of cloning. Okay, it has done some kind of cloning wherein it did some kind of checkout, this, and what it has done, it has brought some kind of code base which is Java, which is from project Java, and when it has done it, it has done something. Check out revision this. It has brought some commit ID along with it, which is this. You see, it brought some commit ID along with it, which is 8BD0EC2, whatever it is. Now, if I go to GitHub, and there, if I see the latest commit which is done, you see the latest commit ID is done nearly 1 minutes ago, and it is recognized by some key, and this key is nothing but 8BD9AE6C23A0, and if you'll see, it's the same here. If you'll see, it's same here, 8BD0. So both are matching. Now if you see, both are matching, and this is the way Jenkins will understand that there is, there is nothing which is changed in GitHub, right? There is nothing which is changed in GitHub. It's still the same. And if I go to my actual repository, it says that 8BD0EV6, which is done 32 minutes ago. And Jenkins, when ran the poll SCM, it says that, hey, do I have this 8BD0? It doesn't know what the code is, what the Java code is. Jenkins doesn't know. Jenkins goes and check, okay, fine, 8BD0E6. Let's compare with what is there with me. 8BD0E6, it's the same. Jenkins says it's the same. Okay, fine, I'm not going to run the pipeline. Now let's do one thing. Let's make some changes in the code. In order to make changes in the code, what I'll do is, I'll just come here. I will do vi simple, and here I will just say hello world with polling. I made some changes, right? I made some changes. Now I will do, and I'll say update, right? I'll say updated, and now I'll push it, right? I'll push it. Now you see the previous, remember here, the previous one was 8BD0. Now you see, I'm changing it. Done. Come here, refresh it. Okay, now it's changed. You see, C4BC5E4. It's changed, right? It's changed. Now you go to your Jenkins, and let's wait for a minute. Right? Let's wait for a minute. And the expectation is it should run, right? The expectation is it should run. The last one ran, and the expectation is it should run. So it's 316. The expectation is within a minute the job should trigger. And why the job should trigger? Because you can see some new commit, right? Some new commit which is done here. You see, it is triggered. After interval of 6 minutes, it is triggered, and now you see what it has brought with it. It should have given some new message, hello world with polling, right? Now it's changed. Now it's changed, and this is called polling with the SCM. Now it's polling the SCM. Now it's checking if a new commit is there or not, and as it found the new commit, it's making the changes, right? But there is again a drawback with this also, guys. What is the drawback with this? The major drawback with polling with SCM is that consider for some reason, right? Consider for some reason, if you do have, say consider that you have set the polling interval as 20 minutes, right? Consider that you have set a polling interval as 20 minutes. Now what happens? Jenkins will send a signal. Jenkins will send a signal and will check for a new commit at the interval of 20 minutes. 20 minutes, right? At the interval of 20 minutes. It goes and checks at the interval of 20 minutes. Now consider that developer has completed his part of code at 21st minute, at 21st minute, at 21st minute, now 21st minute. Now even though developer has completed the code at 21st minute, developer has to wait for remaining 19 minutes. Remaining 19 minutes, the developer has to wait for the job to run, for the job to trigger. That is the kind of loss of time, right? That is the kind of loss of time. So Jenkins said that, hey, I'm not going to allow you to lose your time. In case if you want to utilize your 19 minutes, that's fine. You will not lose it. And in order to recover this, Jenkins says that, hey, I'll give you one more mechanism, and that is called GitHub hook, GitHub web hook, right? And now by using web hook, you no need to wait for even a minute, right? You no need to wait for even a minute. It will happen immediately as you will make any changes. Automatically the pipeline should trigger, right? Automatically the pipeline should trigger. Now in order to do that, what you have to do, and this is very, very important, guys, remember, this will be very, very important. Now what you will have to do in order to do some webhook configuration, go to GitHub. And now webhook configuration, remember your SSH configuration was on account level, but webhook configuration is on repository level. Now in order to do webhook configuration, click on settings, and here you see something called webhook. Click on webhook, and here you click on add webhook, right? Here you click on add webhook. Now here you'll have to find your payload URL. Okay, that is the problem here. Here I cannot find the payload URL because the URL is public, private. Let me see if I can find the public URL for this. Okay, I'll explain you the step there, but here I don't think I'll be able to demo you how to do the webhook, but I'll tell you what you have to do. Because here the IP address used in this machine is the private IP address, because this is a lab setup. You need to have public IP to test this. So here what you will have to do, you come to GitHub, and at GitHub here you provide the payload URL will be https:// public IP which I do not have for now /GitHub-webhook. Okay, so this is the one, and content type, everything else you can leave it. And the next thing comes is secret, very important, how to get the secret. In order to get the secret, you go to Jenkins. In Jenkins at the right side you see something which is called admin. Click on that admin. Here in admin you see something which is called configure. Click on configure. Now once you click on configure, you get something which is called API token. Here add new token, give it a name, that get token, and you generate a token. And once token is generated, this is the hexadecimal token which you have to use and which you have to place on GitHub. Now copy this token, go to GitHub and paste in the secret section. If your public IP is correct, your token is correct, once you submit it, Once you submit, once you add webhook, your pipeline will trigger automatically this time, right? Your pipeline will trigger automatically this time. You no need to wait for even a single second. As any developer performs a push to GitHub repository, the pipeline will trigger automatically. Like for a few minutes, I did a push to GitHub repository. Whole SCM waited for the time and it triggered the job. In this case, if I would have a public IP, then I would have shown you wherein immediately after the push, the pipeline would have triggered. Everything is automatic, right? And this is called automation. This is how you achieve automation, right? This is how we can achieve the automation. Can we have the public IP with command IP? No, you cannot, Sylvia. That will give you private IP address. Okay, now guys, go ahead, test all the three type of triggers which I explained. Which first one was by using poll, which by using some cron job. Second one was poll SCM, and third one was by using webhook. And I give you 10 minutes for that. Go ahead, please do it. Everyone, please do it. All the three type of triggers you have to demo. Anyone stuck anywhere, please ask me. Access for below links. A bit of ground. What is that? the public SMS track lost due to some personal health issue. Google Drive link. What is that? Where? Wrong chat. Okay. I do I have the access? Because this is not what I created, right? So am not sure, Kalyan, if I have access to this. Let me check if I have access because I did not create this, right? And in case if I can provide you access, certainly I will. See, even I don't have access, because I did not create this. See, even I do not have permissions. I did not create this. Okay. Okay. Anyone? If hope everyone is done. Anyone has any doubt? I've configured a poll system, but it does not trigger. Okay. Okay, it does not trigger because you did not make any changes there in your repository, Gabriel. So make a change, make some change in your central repository. Oh, you did? Okay. Did it not work? That's bad. You push the change, and is it showing a new commit ID? It's showing there in your central repo. Are you able to see a new commit ID in your central repo? Okay. There is nothing else you can do. The poll system should work, but let's see. I'll try to just give a recap in case if that helps, that you can understand it. Okay, so let's move on to a new topic. But before that, let's take a break. Let's get some re-energized, and again we'll be back at the interval. Let's take a 15 minutes break. So we'll be back at 15 minutes, and to let's re-energize. Okay, let's be back in 15 minutes and work on it again. Okay, I'm back. So now, before we went on break, we spoke about all the builds and how the build can be automated by using OLSCM, GitHub Webhook, and by using the scheduled jobs. Now next comes a very important concept in world of IT industry, which is called Maven. So now let's talk about some of the Maven jobs which we can work on, which we can create. In the first place, let's get some idea on what Maven is. So guys, Maven is a kind of build tool which helps us to create packages. So all the packages can be configured and created by using Maven as a tool. There are different tools in market other than Maven, like Maven and multiple tools are there. Gradle, different build tools are there in market, which is different build tools are there in market. We do have Maven and Gradle doing quite the same thing. So we have Maven, we have Maven, we have Maven, we have Ant, we have Gradle. Okay, we have Maven, we have Ant, we have Gradle. Different type of build tools are there which performs build for us. When I say build for us, it basically performs, creates, generates certain package based on the configuration which is present with this build tool. So now Maven is one of the build tool. Other than Maven, Ant is another very important and interesting tool with which, in case if you want, you can work, you can do some sort of development. Now with this Ant and Gradle as a tool, we can create the packages. But Maven is one of the most famous tool which is present there in market right now. Now let's see if Maven is present there in our tool configurations or not. So the executable for Maven is MVN. Whenever you see MVN as a command written somewhere, you understand that Maven is the build tool which is getting used anywhere. Now with MVN, if you execute any command like MVN version, it tells you that, hey, I do have this Maven version which is already present with me. So as of now, as you can see, I do have Maven version 3.6.3 available, which is working and running fine. So now in order to start working on Maven, the first thing which you need to understand is how to work on any of the Maven project. In order to work on the Maven project, you need to have one configuration file with you. The configuration file, which is also known as POM file, right? Which is also known as POM file. So Maven works along with a file which is called POM file. So in case of Maven follows a directory structure. Remember, Maven follows a directory structure. What directory structure it follows? Maven says that, hey, I do have a directory structure. At the beginning, there will be name of your project, and within this, there will be a src directory and a POM file and a pom.xml file. Within the project directory, you have src source directory and pom.xml file. This src directory will have two directories now. One will be main and another will be test, right? Another will be test. So main will contain main code, test will contain test code, and all the configuration will be present there in pom.xml file, where everything will be written in XML format, right? Where everything will be written in XML format. So now this pom.xml contains all the configurations. Oh, so it's like No one can see my screen, or only it's with Sayed? Can anyone see my screen? Okay, then the problem is with you, Sayed. Please try to log off and log back in. Okay, so now pom.xml contains the XML file, which contains all the configuration for any specific project, right? So that is pretty much important. It contains all the configurations for a project. Now let's generate a kind of sample pom.xml file. I'm not going to write any code for Maven for now, but I'll just generate one sample code for it, which is mvn generate. But for that, what I'll do is I'll create one directory which is mvn demo, which is mkdir mvn demo and cd mvn demo. Okay. Now here let's generate one sample Maven file, Maven code. So in order to generate a sample Maven code, see, as of now it does not has anything, right? As you can see, it's blank. Now I'll do git init, right? It's still blank. I will generate one code. Now you see how I'm generating one sample code. In Maven, the code is generated by executing one command, which is archetype :generate. mvn archetype :generate. When you execute this command, it will go and it will check for any sample project for you. It will go scan and check for any sample project for you, and it will ask for your input to proceed, right? It will ask for your input to proceed. Now it's saying that, hey, I got a sample project. The name of the project is 1889. Yes, the name of the project is 1889, and I want to just submit this project. I want to just keep this project with me. So now 1889 is the sample project which I want to generate, and I'll keep all the values as default. Now it's asking me, fine, tell me the name of the project which you want to create. So I'll say mvn demo is the name of the project which I want to create. It's asking me, fine, what will be the artifact which you will be generating? I'll say, fine, keep it mvn demo. It will ask, okay, fine, what is the version of the package which you will be generating? As of now, I don't care what version, what package, don't care. I'll keep it just simple. It's asking me all the permissions, and yes, I've given all the permissions, and it says, fine, build is successful. Now you see, it has created one file for me. And let's see what this file contains. Sudo apt install 3 apt update okay. I'm just installing one software which is with the name tree, so that I can get tree structure of any specific directory, wherein I want to see what is there within that directory, all the folders, everything, wherein I can show you, okay, fine, if it is following this directory structure or not, this sort of directory structure or not, I can show you. So now if I execute the command tree, it says that, hey, I do have a project. Within that project name is mvn demo. Within that project mvn demo, I have pom.xml and src. Within src, I have main and test as the directory. Within those directories, I have some sample code, right? Some sample app.java code I do have, right? This is what, this is the sample Maven project which I have generated till now, right? I've generated a sample Maven project till now. Now what next? I've generated a sample Maven project. This sample Maven project needs to reach to GitHub repository, right? So now let's take it to GitHub repository and let's try to run this, and let's see what, again this is a kind of Java project wherein you can compile it by using Java, or say in case if you want just to run it, say okay, you have to run it exactly in the same path where the app.java is present. So in case if you want to run it, say Java src. Okay, here it's I'm an ambient demo src main Java ambient demo app. Now once you do this, so compilation failed. Okay, you have to first compile. You have to first compile the code. It says that Java C. Okay, in the code there is some fault, it seems. The code is not correct. Let's correct the code. Publish class app string. The class void main string arguments system out the world animal code package. Okay, this looks good. Okay, it looks good to me. There's nothing wrong in this. What it says, package expected, package MVN dash demo. Expected as errors. Let's remove this. It's not needed. It's redundant even. Let's remove this. Okay. Now, okay, it's working fine. It's MVN archetype colon generate. This is the command. Okay. So now this code is working fine. It's good. It's working fine. Now we are good with this, right? So now what you do? You just take this to the repository, to the central repository. So if I do ls now, I do have Maven demo, and I want to, what I want to do, I just want to take it to remote repository. In order to do that, get status. Okay, fine. This needs to be purged. What I'll do, I'll just add it, and then I'll commit it. Right? I'll commit it, and I'll take it to a remote repository, saying that Maven code. Okay, done. Everything is done. Purged. Get status is clean. Done. Now remote dash v. I don't think anything is set yet. I have to create a remote repository. Let's create a remote repository now. Let's create a remote repository. New repository. So let's create one repository underscore Maven underscore 3422 public repository and create a repository. Right? I've created a repository. Already SSH connection is there. I no need to worry about SSH connection because I already said you SSH connection is on account level, not on repository level. So I just need to execute a command git remote add origin and put the path. Okay, and when I put the path exists. Next, git remote or git push origin master. Okay, code is pushed and the code reached to remote repository. Come and refresh this. Yes, you have a folder with the name mvn demo. Within this, you have src, you have pom.xml file. Within src, you have the code mvn demo, test demo, and here you have all the code app.java. This is the code which I have written just now. I have pushed it to remote repository. Right? I'm pretty much sure you would have seen this kind of code a number of times. But this is how these sort of code are created. Right? This is how we create these kind of code and folder structure in Git. Now you pushed it. It's there in the remote repository. Now what next? I need to just run this, right? I need to create a kind of mechanism by means of which the code can be executed. The code can be run, right? So in that case, what you have to do is you have to just again run a repository, create a job. Now, in order to set up this job, you have to install certain. You have to do certain configurations. So you will go admin, and here you will do some kind of setup. Now we are talking about having a Maven build. Remember, Maven build, because Jenkins has excellent Maven support. Maven build steps are very much easy to configure and they are very, very flexible, guys. They are very, very flexible. You can just go to you manage Jenkins and look for the plugin for Maven so that you can run any of the Maven job. Click on Maven plugin, click on available, and under this you type Maven, right? And here you choose the option which talks about the Maven integration. Scroll down, and here pipeline Maven integration, and Maven release plugin you don't need, repository connector, artifact Maven invoker. Yeah, let's have Maven invoker. You don't need Maven snapshot check. Maven cascade release, you don't need that as well. Fine, enough. So you have everything which you need to run the pipeline. Okay, so now install without a restart, and it's running. Let it install. Okay, done. Done. When you have done this, Now you see, you are seeing something as Maven project, which was not there before, right? Which was not there before. Now you are getting this option as Maven project. Okay. Now here you see what you can do with this Maven project. Now here the main agenda of this demo will be to test if you are able to execute any of the Maven project or not. Now create a sample Maven project wherein instead of clicking on freestyle project, now I am going to click on Maven project. Another type of project I am creating. Maven, which is a build project, right? Maven, which is a build project. So Maven project. Now you see, you click on, you go to source code management. Under SCM, choose Git, and here you provide your repository URL, right? Here you provide your repository URL. Now copy this and provide your repository URL. Okay, repository URL is given. Build triggers, you no need to worry about that. Build environments, no need to worry about that. Pre-steps, no need to worry about that. Build. Okay. Now under the build, you see it's saying that go and fetch instruction there in root in pom.xml file. Simple. Go and fetch your details there in pom.xml file and perform the task. And now here I just want to provide a kind of goal. Now there are multiple Maven goals which is available with Maven, which comes by default with Maven. Maven goals list. Now you see, these are all Maven goals. What are the Maven goals? Validate, compile, test, package, integration test, install, deploy. These all are Maven goals. I just have to choose one out of many of these Maven goals, right? You have to just choose this option as choose one of this option, which is like Maven goal. I have chosen one goal out of many. You can choose anything, which is package, right? Which is package, and save it, right? And save it. Now remember, guys, this is a Maven project. This is not a sample any project. This is Maven project. And now you hit on build now. So build now will again go look for all necessary things, and it should run. Let's see what happened. Okay, it went, performed, no such file. Workspace Maven project. Okay, I see. I see. Okay. Slash ambient demo. So I have to just give one more path here. Just slash ambient demo. Slash ambient demo. So configure this and give one more path here. The SCM, which is slash ambient dash demo. / mvn dash demo. Okay, okay. Command get ls remote. Is not a valid repository name. Let's see if we can do this. Yeah, that's what even I was thinking. It works with HTTPS. Absolutely. Yep. So it will go with HTTPS. Let's see if that works with HTTPS. Okay, fantastic. Let's come here. Let's see if this one is recognized. Okay, even this one is not working. Okay, let's, can we do one thing? This is not working certainly. It's unable to locate it. So configure, go back to build. In no such form.xml file, it's unable to locate it. SCM, go to build, and mvn dash demo. Let's try to put it here. Mvn dash demo. Okay, now let's save it and now build it. Let's see if this one is doing something. Discovered a new module, scanning, downloading. Yeah, it's working. Okay, it's doing the job. Failed because it is unable to perform something. Jenkins is able to see the snapshot. Okay, but it was able to pull this to Maven demo snapshot and start fail. That's fine. But it's triggering this time. It was able to compile, see what it was trying to do. It was trying to compile. It was because of certain thing which happened at test classes, the compile fail. Okay, I think the code with app test.java, that is also wrong. That is also not working properly. Like the way I made changes there in app.java code, I have to make changes there in app test Java code also, because that is also not compiling. That is also failing. Okay, but you see here, now the Maven code is working. Here its Maven project is able to pull the conditions. In Maven project, the conditions are getting pulled and you are able to perform the task by using certain configurations. Now you see what you have done. You have created a sample Maven project, right? You have created a sample Maven project in your Git repository. You have pushed that into a newly created repository of your own and you have built it. How you build it? You have built it by providing the place where POM file is present, and then it has triggered by looking for the app.java code which is present, or app test.java code which is present there at your repository, at your work location, right? So it has worked. Now this is the way you will create any Maven project. This is the way you will look for any Maven project and you will work on it. So now you have learned how to create two different types of job. One is a freestyle job and another is Maven project. Now guys, this is one of the method to create a Maven project. There is one more method to create a Maven project. That is by using invoke top level Maven targets. But let's not confuse that with this. Let's try to create this, run this, and I give you 5 minutes of time to do this. Please start doing it. You do have 5 minutes for now. And in case if you do have any doubt in between, please ask me. Okay, is everyone done? Just give me a quick confirmation. Is everyone able to follow it? What's going on? What we did till now? Yes, no, maybe. Any response? Am I audible? Am I audible to everyone? Okay. 3 more minutes needed. Okay, not a problem. But guys, please respond if I'm asking. Sitting silent is not going to help either you or me. So are you following it? How do you give package as a comment inbuilt for Maven? How do you give package as a comment inbuilt for package as a comment inbuilt for okay, so that's not comment, that's the goal which I set. So here goal and option. Here you come and you say package. Right, so this is the way you can do. Okay, so this is how we perform the Maven job runs. Right, now there is one more method by means of which we can run Maven jobs. So this was one of the method wherein I went into the Maven project. I just created a Maven project and I simply ran the job. Now there is one more method. So Maven project freestyle job. So you give a name and click on freestyle project and click on OK. Right? You click on OK. Now you again here too you choose source code management. Here under source code management you choose Git as an option and provide Git repository, which is not this, which is this. Anything you can take SSH or HTTPS, anything is fine. And after that you click on build, and under build you find the option which is execute or invoke top level Maven targets, right? Invoke top level Maven targets. Now here you choose the Maven version, right? Here you choose the Maven version as my Maven, and then you pass on the goal which you want to execute, right? The goal which you want to execute and where you want to execute and how you want to execute. Now here the goal which I want to execute is package, and here it will be your parent, your POM file which you want to put on. So here you give package, or say this time give compile, or say this time give clean, and then you give test, and then you give the POM file, the path, the complete path for POM file, which is mvn-demo, and within mvs-demo you do have pom.xml file, right? That is what you have to do. You have pom.xml within this mvn demo. Just copy this and then you come to this place and here you put it, right? Give your pom.xml file and then you save it. Now what you are doing, you are not exactly running Maven project type of job, but you are running a Maven job. Remember this. You are not taking that pain of installing all necessary plugins for Maven project job, but you are running a Maven job for yourself. You are running a Maven job. And how you are running a Maven job? You are running a Maven job by invoking top level Maven targets, right? You are invoking a top level Maven targets, and within that top level Maven targets which you have invoked, now you are choosing your Maven and you are setting up some goal and you are giving the complete path for your POM file. Now you save it. Now you save it and you build now, right? You build now. And if you go to console output, and when you do this, you have the run, you have your job run, and as you can see, the job ran and it failed to execute the goal. Compilation error. I'm not sure why it's failing. It's failing to compile app test.java because it is having some error in code. Because it's trying to compile and the problem is there with app test.java. I think this the code which I removed from this app.java should be removed from app test.java also. After that it will work. But that's fine. So this is how the kind of code, the kind of Maven code you can trigger. We'll see more of the Maven job runs in Maven job runs as well, wherein we can perform a number of other activities as well, right? So that is one of the another method by means of which you can trigger and you can perform the Maven job other than having the Maven project. Yes. So this will be another way by means of which you can trigger it. So this is the Maven projects. Now let's create some more Maven projects by adding some other packages along with it. Now see guys, whenever we run any of the Maven job, there could be multiple reasons when we are running the Maven jobs. Certainly the bottom line is to create some kind of package. For sure, you will use Maven to create some package only, but you can add some more command line flags, command line parameters, which will do the job for you, wherein you can run the Maven job with certain options, like you can associate it with batch mode, you can associate it with update snapshots, wherein in case of batch mode part, say if the build hangs indefinitely, if the build hangs for indefinite period of time, then the Maven prompt for any input during the Jenkins build, right? It happens many times. For example, you are trying to run a job. The job says that, hey, I want to deploy my application from dev to QA. And before even deployment from dev to QA, you need it to be approved by your either peers or your manager or somebody else. In order for approval to come in, to be called, you want Maven to run any kind of batch, run the job in batch mode, where it says that, hey, go and prompt for a notification, go and prompt for a message that go run the job, but wait for some input from end users in the Jenkins build. That is called batch mode, wherein it will always wait for some kind of input from end users. There could be some other modes also, like update snapshot, wherein in update snapshot mode, the if you're using update snapshot mode, then this option will force Maven to check for some updates. It can be update on the release, it can be update on the snapshot dependency, it can be update on the plugins which is present there on remote repository. It can be anything, but certainly it will look for some kind of updated release. It might happen that the release which you have created in your remote repository is updated, and when you are running the pipeline, it's just going to the previous version of release or previous release cycle. You don't want to do that. You want to just pick up your code from updated version of your code, your release. In that case, you can just choose the flag which will update all necessary snapshots which is required for your application to run properly, which can act as a snapshot dependency for your project to build. Right? Also, you can use your Maven script to perform some kind of testing, some kind of JUnit testing on the console. Right? So rather than putting anything, you can just use some kind of plugin. Those plugins could be like Surefire plugin is one of the plugin, or PMD plugin is one of the plugin which performs basically code review, or you can say, yeah, a kind of code review it does, wherein it goes and it checks for necessary plugins which is available and does the necessary job, especially on the testing front. Yes, and in turn generates a report as well, which goes and gets published to end users. That is also possible, right? That is also possible by using certain configurations. So you can do that part also by using your code itself. And how can you do that? In order to do that, you'll have to use certain configurations in your Jenkins job. Let's do that configuration. But this time, let's use some other code repository, some other code from some other repository, and let's choose a code which is say Maven, and this time okay, let's choose this code. Okay, now let's choose this code and let's create another job this time. But this time we'll be creating with certain flags as well. So let's create new item. Within new item, you can either go to Maven project or go to freestyle project. Anything is okay, not a problem. Whatever you wish to do. If you go with this, that doesn't make much of a difference. So now Maven app project. Click on freestyle. You can click on either of the things. It's both same. Okay. Now click on SCM. Choose Git as an option. Go to repository URL. Go to build, and here invoke top level Maven targets. Choose the Maven version as my Maven, and under goals you put some goals, which is clean, install, and then for batch job you put capital B, for update snapshot you put capital U, and for Surefire plugin you say capital D, Surefire dot use file equals false, right? You can put some more parameters within it, but choose these all values so that it can come up with it. And Surefire is a well-known Maven plugin, guys. So if you want to know more about Surefire, so Surefire Maven goal. So you can just come here and look for the Surefire Maven plugin. You see, it works in different ways. It works for testing, unit testing, which you can use with JUnit framework, wherein you can call this Surefire plugin, right? You can call this Surefire plugin and can perform your job, can perform your entry. You can do this. Okay, so you can do anything. You can just put in like this and you can trigger it, right? And let's save it. Let's try to build it. Okay, let's see what it is trying to do in the console output. If you come to console output, it's trying to do something, right? And at the end, you see it finished successfully. And when it finished successfully, it created some kind of report. Can you see this? Some report which is snapshot.pom, some snapshot file, snapshot.jar. And what else it has done? It has ran something, web-based applications, some Nexus it has done, some package it has created, .war package, right? It has done a number of things. It has done a number of things in it. Yes, it has done a number of things in it, and it finally completed successfully. This is the way Maven works, guys. This is the way Maven. Okay. Now I'll give you this repository URL. Try to just use this repository URL and run quite the same thing. Use this repository URL and try to run the code like the way I've done. Put some batch jobs, put some update snapshot flag and try to run it, right? Please do that and let me know. I'll give you 5 minutes to do this. Yeah, sure. This is the goal setting. Okay, more 3 minutes left. 2 minutes left. Okay, more 1.5 minutes left. Okay, more few seconds are left. And post this, I'm going to talk about Gradle build. So now you've seen Maven build. I'll also explain you about the Gradle build. Okay, done. Now next thing we are going to talk about Gradle build, right? So let's see how Gradle build works. Now like Maven, there is another tool which is used for build development, which is used for build creation. The name of the tool is Gradle. The Gradle also performs quite the same job like the way Maven does. It creates the build, it performs quite the similar task, and at the end of the day, we do have a package in our hand. Like the way we have seen in Maven, we do have the package which is with the format jar, and the jar format package we can use for multiple different purposes. Now, quite the same thing we are going to do by using the tool which is known with the name Gradle. Let's see how Gradle works. Gradle, unlike Maven, will not have any configuration file like pom.xml, right? Will not have that. So in order to start working on Gradle, the first thing will be to generate the Gradle job, to generate the code for Gradle. Certainly, like the way you have generated code for Maven, you have to generate the code for Gradle also. You remember, while generating code for Maven, we had executed a command which is mvn archetype generate. Quite similar to that, for Gradle 2, we have to generate a code which will help us to perform and develop a Gradle build. Now, in order to do that, you come here and create a directory which is with the name Gradle demo and cd to Gradle demo, right? As of now, it does not have anything. I've initialized Git there so that I can push it to remote the repository. Now, the next thing will be to create a git code, sorry, Gradle configuration code, like we have created for Maven configuration, wherein we got the Maven configuration code. Here you will get Gradle configuration code. Now what you have to do, you have to execute a command which is Gradle init. Like the way we have executed mv and archetype generate for Maven, in order for Gradle to work properly, we will execute the command Gradle init. And with Gradle init, it will generate some Gradle related code for us, which in turn we will use to push it to a remote repository, right? So that is what we have to do. In order to do that, let's execute the command Gradle init. Now you see what happens. When I execute this command, which is Gradle init, it does some viva, right? It does some viva. It says me, hey, what you want to do, how you want to do, what you want to do, everything. It asks me all the questions which I want to perform. It asks me all the questions. What exactly you want to do? You want to generate some Gradle plugin, or you want to do something else? What exactly you want to do? It's asking everything, right? It's asking everything. It's asking all the Gradle related explanation to us. We certainly need to provide everything in order for it to understand and function properly. So now what I want to do, I want to perform a basic, I want to perform one application based, library based, or Gradle plugin based. I will just go with basic for now. It's asking in case if I want to go with the Groovy basic, Groovy related configuration, or Kotlin related configuration. I'll go with Groovy. Now it's asking me for a name. The default name is going to be Gradle demo. I'm happy with that. I'll say fine. I'm happy with Gradle demo. Let it be Gradle demo. And now it says build successful. Like the way you remember for Maven also, once you have provided all the configuration, it had created some packages for you, some configurations for you, and after that it said, hey, build is successful. You can now go and access your code files, access your configuration files. Quite the same thing happens in Gradle also. In Gradle also, after you run everything, it will generate a code for you, and the code looks like this. Now you see what it is having. It is having settings Gradle file, build.gradle, Gradle, everything. It is having everything, all the configurations which you need to have. It has everything. Now if you see what is there in settings file, right? What it is having? It is giving you the details, the root project name, the Gradle demo is the name of the root project. It gives you all the details. If you'll go with the Gradle.bat file, Gradle w.bat file, it gives you the details of all the executions which happens within the Gradle code. This is basically the main code file which talks about the Java home and everything, right? Which talks about the Java home and everything. Now, when you get to know about this, the next thing comes is you have to take this code to a remote repository. Now, in order to do that, you will execute the add command, and okay, now you will say sample Gradle code. Okay. Gradle. So this is sample Gradle code, right? This is sample Gradle code and done, right? Done. Now next thing what you have to do is you have to go and create a repository, right? You come here, create a repository, click on plus, new repository and give a name SL underscore Gradle underscore 34/2022, and after that you create a repository, and a repository is ready, right? A repository is ready. I don't need to take the pain of configuring SSH because SSH is already done on account level. The only thing which I have to do is I have to just hit the command git remote add origin and paste it. Right, done. And now I have to execute the command git push origin master. And as I executed this, see the code would have pushed come here. The code would have come here. Come to this place, refresh it, and see all the Gradle code came here, right? All the Gradle related code reached to remote repository, right? Now what you have to do? You have to trigger this code through Jenkins job. Remember, you have to trigger through Jenkins job. Now, in order, like the way you have got the option in Maven to trigger the job, what you have done in Maven to trigger any job, like in Maven, you have chosen the option invoke top level Maven targets. But are you getting the option to invoke Gradle script? Okay, you are getting the option to invoke Gradle script, but it's there only for me. For you, it won't be there. That's for sure. So in case if you are not seeing any option as invoke Gradle script, like you are seeing for Maven as invoke top level Maven targets, what you will do? You click on dashboard. In the dashboard, you have to do two things, right? You have to do two things. The first thing will be install Gradle plugin. So for that, you click on Manage Jenkins. You click on Global Tool Configuration. You click on Global Tool Configuration. Okay. Under Global Tool Configuration, you should look for an option called Maven. Sorry, Gradle. So you should look for the option Gradle. Okay. You can see the option as Gradle. You see? You can see the option as Gradle. Now click on Add Gradle and okay, choose any kind of Gradle version and check the box as install automatically. You no need to take the pain of installing Gradle manually on your machine. You just choose this option and check the boxes install Gradle, right? You just need to check the boxes install Gradle, and when you check the box, your job is done, all set. You just save it and move out of it. Okay, but when I was working on that, I found something which was saying required. So let's see if something is required. I did not fill it because if that is the case, then it will fail. Okay, so all good. All good. So when you see it's all good, after that, what next you have to do is you have to go to click on new item, and here you see you create a Gradle project. You click on Gradle project, click on freestyle project, click on OK, and now you click on SCM. Under SCM, you copy the repository link, and here after checking the radio button as Git, you paste it, right? You paste it, and now once you click on build, just drop down and click on invoke Gradle script, right? You say invoke Gradle script. Now here you choose the option as here no name is there, so I'll keep it by default. Otherwise, if I would have given some name there, the tool level, then it would have taken some name. And like Maven, even Gradle has some goals. Gradle goals. So here you can have some Gradle goals as well. So it can have a number of goals. Okay, it can have the task of test, it can have the task of compile. Like Maven, we can have quite the same thing for this also. But for now, I'll keep it by default. I won't put any value to it. Click on save. Okay, and it started building the Gradle project. Okay, now you see build now, and the build completed successfully. Now if I click on console output to see what it has done, I see that it has generated something. You see, it has generated something, and it has triggered the same code which was developed initially, which was there in my Git repository. It has taken the code content from there, and it has executed certain tasks on top of it, so that at the end of the day they can create some more things, they can create some more stuff on top of it, right? So that is where the Gradle job will do its magic by performing certain activities. Okay, I'll just give a pause here in case if you do have any doubt, ask me. Or I think this is a lengthy demo, so I'll give you 10 minutes to complete this. You have to create a Gradle job in Git, then you have to create a source code repository and push everything from local to remote, and then you have to execute command to run it. So now what you will do, okay, so let's do it. I give you 10 minutes to do this. Go ahead, please do it. What is the advantage of using Gradle over Maven? Basically, I feel as if Gradle is more powerful and oriented tool than Maven. It takes the benefit of both Ent and Maven and is created. It's launched recently, but it's getting used a lot now. So the main differences between Maven and Gradle is Gradle performs complete end-to-end patching or upgrade, which is being managed by users. That is one of the thing. And second thing is to have the setup of Maven by means of which we can have best features of to have the setup of Gradle by means of which we can have best features of Maven and Okay, just 1 minute left. If you do have any doubt, any questions, and post that, we'll talk about the email notification section. And we'll end up our today's session here with email notification section. Okay, so now we'll talk about last topic for today, which will be SMTP email notification. Okay. Okay, I'm just logging in. Okay, I just got the lab. Okay, it seems more 10 minutes is left, guys. I don't want to rush with the topic because email notification will be quite important thing for you. So I won't be covering email notifications anymore today. Uh, and I don't have any plans to cover any new topic for today. So in case if you do have any doubts on any topic which we've covered today, ask me now. Because I won't be able to complete email notification in just 12 minutes. I need more time to do that. Any doubt anybody has, can ask me now on any topic which we've covered today. Regarding project in LMS, okay. So you don't worry about the project for now. Assessment project, I'll explain you what the assessment project is in our upcoming session. As of now, everything is logged, but I'll explain you everything about the project, what project is, what to work on the project, how to work on the project, what you will do in the project. I'll explain you everything. When the time comes, I'll give you a detailed idea of what this project is about. Because we have to cover a number of things now. Spring Boot application, I need to explain. I already explained you Maven, Jenkins, you know by now. You don't know how to create a CI/CD pipeline yet. I'll explain you how to create a CI/CD pipeline with Jenkins. In our tomorrow session, you will learn how to create a pipeline. Then I'll explain you about it. Right? I'll explain you about everything. Okay. In case if no one has any doubt, I'll just end up our today's session here only. We'll meet again tomorrow and we will see some more contents about our Maven and another thing. Okay, then thanks everyone for joining in. Let's meet again tomorrow and we'll talk more. Thank you.